Closing out the tennis year with style and sizzle. For 40 years, those have been the watchwords of the season-ending Tennis Masters tournament. This star-studded event is the culmination of a long tennis season. All year long, the best players in the world compete on every continent. But in the end, all roads lead to the Masters. Starting with Stan Smith's 1970 win in Tokyo. This prestigious title has been won by such titans as Bjorn Borg, Jimmy Connors, and John McEnroe, Pete Sampras, and Boris Becker. Great tennis continues in the 21st century with players like Roger Federer, Lleyton Hewitt, and Novak Djokovic leaving it all on the court. And so we're proud to show you some of the great Tennis Masters matches of recent times. The world's best athletes gunning for glory.
Yes. Oh, that's just too good.
Biggest shot of this match by far.
Beautiful hitting there.
Hello and welcome to Tennis Channel Classics, great matches from the Tennis Masters Cup. I'm Ted Robinson. There always seems to be one lesser-known player who makes life rough for the king of the hill. And for tennis's reigning Superman, Roger Federer, kryptonite assumed the form of an Argentine named David Nalbandian. Coming into the 2005 Tennis Masters Cup final, Nalbandian had won 5 of their 9 matches. It was only the second time Nalbandian was playing in this championship, while Federer was the 2-time defending champion. And while Federer by now had earned 6 Grand Slam singles titles, Nalbandian's best effort was a run to the finals of 2002 Wimbledon. Call It Superman takes on his nemesis, Chapter 10. Here it is for your enjoyment, the 2005 Tennis Masters Cup final between Roger Federer and David Nalbandian.
So here we are. The very last match of the 2005 year, the final of the Tennis Masters Cup here in Shanghai. Roger Federer, the world #1, defending his title, which he's won for 2 years in a row already, trying to make it 3, against the #8 seed from Argentina, David Nalbandian. And only one man has won 3 in a row. Ivan Lendl, 85-87. And Federer is trying to emulate the great Czech player. Let's look in a little more detail at Roger Federer, who's 24 now. 1998 he turned pro, 33 singles titles to his name. 3 of the Grand Slams were won last year in Australia, Wimbledon and the US Open, having already won Wimbledon the year before that. And this year, the Wimbledon and US Opens were retained. But he was a semi-final loser to Safin in Australia and at the French Open at Nadal. 2 of the only losses he suffered this year. The other one was to Richard Gasquet in the quarterfinals in Monte Carlo. But let's look now at his opponent today, David Nalbandian. There he is, 23 years of age, turned pro in 2003, singles titles to his name, prize money of 4.3 million and 43 and 19 this year. But it hasn't been a stellar year for him. He hasn't really done in the Grand Slams what we all think he can. Quarterfinals have been his best performances there, so a slightly less good season than he would have wished.
Yeah, I think it promised a lot, but he didn't deliver in the big matches. Quarterfinal loss to Lleyton Hewitt at the Australian Open. That was a terrific encounter. Hewitt winning 10-8 in the 5th set. Lost in the 4th round to Victor Hanescu. That was a disappointment at Roland Garros. Again, didn't play as well as he would have wanted against Thomas Johansson in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, and then lost to the eventual champion and today's opponent, Roger Federer, at the US Open. So he has had opportunities, and I think throughout the course of his career there are question marks, because he's only won 3 ATP singles titles and he's yet to win his first Masters Series Shield. He has been a finalist, of course. He was runner-up in Montreal in 2003 and he lost to Andy Roddick, and last year he made 2 finals in Rome and Madrid, lost to Carlos Moya and Marat Safin respectively.
The head-to-head is always an important thing, and he's one of the few people, Nalbandian, with a positive record against Federer, 5 and 4. respective numbers of wins. And I think the last of those was, of course, in the round robin here, as you say. Perhaps he should have won that one, Nalbandian, but he didn't. And not since the US Open in 2003 has Nalbandian beaten him, so that perhaps bodes well for Federer.
Last one for life.
Yeah, that's the interesting one, I think. Nalbandian won their first 5 encounters, and the first time that Federer beat Nalbandian was in the Tennis Masters Cup in 2003. And he was in a very tough group that year. He was also paired with Agassi, who he'd never beaten, and he came through that group unscathed, went on to win the tournament, and I think that's when he started to play his best tennis. By that stage, of course, he was already Wimbledon champion, but it was after that tournament that he started to utterly dominate the game.
There's the man who has been passing on his wisdom to Federer. Tony Roach himself, a great champion, a left-hander from Australia. If you never saw him play, you missed a treat, because he had one of the great backhands, both off the ground and particularly on the volley. Federer looking very calm, cool and collected. So the last match of the tennis year, the singles final of the Tennis Masters Cup between Roger Federer of Switzerland, the #1 seed, world #1 and defending champion for 2 years, against David Nalbandian, the #8 seed from Argentina. And you'll see that right ankle, still wearing that brace, which is really as much for psychological support as for physical support. He has it strapped underneath as well. Both ankles are strapped. And it's going to be the champion to open the defense of his toes.
Roger Federer to serve.
Thrown down the gauntlet on the very first ball.
Well, he's been hitting the ball superbly well in his last 2 matches. Davydenko, in his press conference after his defeat yesterday, said he simply couldn't live with Nalbandian from the back of the court. Ljubicic certainly found it difficult in the last of the group matches, was dismissed straight sets, so Federer will know that to play well today if Nalbandian continues rich vein of form.
Well, this is actually the 13th time that the 2 finalists meeting here have met also in round robin. Happened for the last 2 years with Federer himself against Hewitt last year and Agassi the year before. So he's quite used to this situation.
He's been able all week to turn defence into attack, and he's usually a little weaker off the forehand side, but it's a shot that's been working well for him all week, and that's the side that Federer will struggle in terms of his movement back to his right side because of the ankle.
In control from the back of the court in that opening game, Nalbandian, to the delight of those Argentine fans.
First game.
And no question that this will be a severe test, both of Federer's match fitness. He hasn't played a match before this week since the 2nd of October, and his physical condition.
I think he was under an awful lot of pressure the first time these two met, the first match of the week, and Federer, by his own admission, was lucky to come through that one. But after yesterday's semi-final win, he said he was really pleased with the way he was hitting the ball. Couldn't complain about the way he was moving around the court. On this court surface, felt he was the heavy favourite coming into this match. Nalbandian really has absolutely nothing to lose. That's the beauty of his situation. Whenever you come up against Federer, you're certainly going to be the underdog unless you're Rafael Nadal and you're playing on a clay court. So really have the nerves or the tension or the expectation levels that Federer does. I think the difficulty is in Nalbandian maintaining that lane-on play from the opening game. We know he's capable of it, but over the course of a match, especially a 5-set encounter, I think it's going to be difficult for him.
Interestingly enough, Nalbandian played some very good points from the net in his semi-final.
Well, he has lovely hands and loves to play short angles and deft touch when he's in a good position. But when he's under pressure, Federer will certainly feel that he can expose a bit of a weakness there.
And he's going to try and use his great strength from the back of the court to either force errors from Federer or find nice angles to drive him out of position for his winners.
13-14.
Well, the errors there cost him dearly. And he's annoyed with himself. He just battered the ball into the net in frustration at immediately losing his serve, having opened so beautifully with a break.
And that was his problem when these two met in the round robin. match. He wasn't able to serve well enough in that deciding set. He let Federer back into it. Serve simply not accurate enough. Tough pace, 180 kilometers an hour. Tried to add a little bit of spin though, and for that slice serve to be effective, it's got to be close enough to the single sideline and nice and short.
All.
That's an excellent tactic. Bring Nalbandian up the court.
15.
This surface does take slice very well. Ball stays extremely low. Very few options there for the Argentine at the end of that last rally.
Things about Nalbandian's year last year was that he didn't have a full season. He had that wrist problem throughout it. He kept stopping and starting. And he only played 14 tournaments plus Davis Cup. So I think that hindered him really.
Game.
Federer getting back to normal. 2-1 to him. First set. Yes. Well, plenty for the Federer fans to cheer. The end of a year that has brought him huge success. 81 wins already. This would be 82, equaling the record of John McEnroe some years ago. And the same 3 losses it would be if he wins today. On a 34 match winning streak at the moment. His longest. Slava has been courtside with Roger for years now. Used to play tennis herself on the women's tour. Astonished at that call, but
just missed David.
Wayne McEwen's view, and PMI had no doubt.
30 all.
Mother has been here all week. Roger's mum, who's a South African, incidentally, Lynette. Still looking a bit rusty, really.
2 games all.
A couple of shots he missed in that game, which were a little bit unexpected errors. But he hasn't had a perfect week by any means until yesterday.
And he wasn't really tested. No real opposition yesterday. Claudio didn't really believe he could win the match before he stepped out on the court, and he readily admitted that in his press conference afterwards.
And I think when he played Correa and won the first 6 games against the Argentine, with the Argentine looking after treatment that he might retire from the scene and retire, I think he deliberately let Correa into the second set. From the round robin stage, of course. Federer has admitted that he's felt a responsibility to the Chinese, who have put so much time, money and effort into building this marvellous facility and getting behind and supporting this great event. He felt an obligation, I think, to have a little more tennis for the fans. I'm sure he would never admit that he chucked the second set against Correa, but I think he did. And I'm glad he did, because it kept Correa on court. For retirements in this game through the unfortunate injuries.
30 all.
Excellent response. It's a tough serve for a right-hander to hit. To get a short angle serving to the ad court. It's the other right-hander to his backhand. Federer taking a little bit of pace off it. 197 kilometers now, but inch perfect in terms of the accuracy. Both these players like to go down the line with both the forehand and the backhand. 14-13. Very important shot for both competitors. The one that executes it best today will have the best possible chance of winning the match.
Federer
3-2.
3-2 first set.
Yes!
Well, plenty to cheer for Argentina in overall terms here, with 4 representatives. There wouldn't have been 4 had everybody who was eligible to play been fit. to do so, but Safin was the first to go. He would have played as the Australian Open champion and remained in the top 20 in the rankings, which he was. I'm afraid that knee problem is still acute. Nalbandian, Gaudio, Coria. Coria was the first, and Nalbandian, Gaudio. 2-3.
Love 15.
Just long. Forced him to over there. A little bit too quick for him.
Love 13.
Federer dropping the serve nice and short against Federer.
15, 14.
Will take full advantage.
There's Diego Rodriguez, the physiotherapist who looks after David Nalbandian. He's pretty fit, and it'll be a question of stamina worrying Nalbandian over these first 5 sets.
Does go the distance, he'll be absolutely delighted, irrespective of whether he's going to be able to last a 5-set encounter or not, because it will mean that he'll have taken Federer exceptionally close for 2 matches during the week. Many expect Federer to win this one straight sets if he plays anywhere near as he can.
Yes.
Got to keep that first serve percentage up nice and high. It's been up and down throughout the week. So far today, it's not bad. 67%. Only winning 58% of the points when that first serve goes in, so it's not quite as effective as he would want.
Federer beating himself on the leg with his racket after that error, annoyed with himself. acceleration, the sudden change of pace. He's so good at that.
Well, I think that's Federer at his very best, where he's able to rally from the back of the court, be nice and patient, but then sense the right opportunity to open his shoulders and hit the ball a little harder. Nalbandian had dropped the ball ever so slightly short of a good length. He was able to move up the court and take full advantage of that weak reply. Relatively speaking, here was the footwork and the timing that made the shot so good. He was inside the baseline, he didn't take a full swing at the ball, just blocking it back, but it was the disguise and the direction that totally surprised Nalbandian.
Deadly accurate when it mattered.
Well, we know he's got the best forehand in the world when he's playing well, and he can hit winners from anywhere on the court, and that's the problem for Nalbandian when he does try and hit the ball to that side. He knows that it's very, very dangerous for him.
Well, we were expecting something like that. Got his break.
15 love.
Lovely opportunism there. The ball was not that short, but just enough for Nalbandian to be able to make an attacking reply. Take those little crumbs that are thrown to you. Oh, I think he missed. He is just wide.
It's a shot that he would have hoped to make. He wasn't under that much pressure. A little bit of a let-off for Nalbandian.
Lovely combination from Nalbandian.
Well, we know that most of the players that are brought up on clay possess an excellent drop shot. What's key is to play it at the appropriate moment in any given rally, and that's exactly what Nalbandian was able to do. Put Federer under enough pressure from the back of the court to open up a bit of space for himself.
Second chance to break. He was successful last time. First game of the match. Perfect. Well, a look of triumph on the face of Nalbandian, and his supporters absolutely ecstatic. He's back on level terms with breaks. It's 4-3 Federer. New balls, 3-4. Great footwork.
Got to make that decision before the opposition has made contact with the ball. And Federer did so on this occasion. You've got to give yourself just enough room to be able to take a full-blooded swing at it, because of course the shot has to be effective, because you put yourself in a very difficult position.
What tends to happen when your opponent has hit a clean winner off your serve. You tend to think the next one's got to be a little deeper to prevent that happening again. Serve a double fault. Well, second, and it's opened a half window for Federer. Closing it shut again.
So much easier to implement your game plan when you get the first serve in. This court, very difficult to play defensive tennis. Once you're behind in a rally, you end up losing the vast majority of them.
Nalbandian, a group of fine Argentine tennis players in the world rankings. A lot of them are up near the top 10. Best shots, the two-hander down the line. Here it is. Very confident with that one. Look at the present world rankings. Coria, Gaudio, Puerta, Nalbandian in the top 12 in the world. Wonderful group of players, and Cañas, of course, was up there.
You are taking a risk if you approach cross-court, and especially if you don't fully commit to the shot. This was a very tame slice backhand from Nalbandian. Federer drawing him into the net, and of course, having approached cross-court, there was an awfully big gap for Federer to take advantage of.
He's missed. Too good the angle from Nalbandian. The rackets make this possible.
You can generate an awful lot of racket head speed, and therefore you're able to generate an awful lot of spin from precarious positions on the court, and that wasn't always the case, certainly.
The old racket, you couldn't have made that shot without breaking a wrist, and even then it wouldn't go over.
13-15.
So technology has changed the face of tennis as it has other sports. Lighter footballs, ball swinging much more. Golf clubs that hit the ball much further. Waiting patiently to unload that emphatic winner. 5-4 to Federer. Oh dear. Perhaps put off by the ball hitting the net. But because he has pulled off a couple of really good drop shots already.
Big difference doing it when you're serving to stay in a set against the best player in the world. It's a risky shot.
That was Federer's attempted winner, or forcing shot. It's long. Keeping the pressure on your opponent is all part of the business of intimidation, which is what is happening right here. All the pressure on the opponent. Missing big shots that he's trying. Tony Roach will be fairly happy with the way things have gone this week altogether. He must have been a worried man at the start. Good depth from Nalbandian. Nice ace from Nalbandian. To make it 5-all. Just called wide, and a query from Federer to umpire McEwen.
Love 15.
No overrule, nor should there have been. Slightly tight backhand, that last. If he's beginning to feel the tension, the unforced error is fairly similar. Winners 2.
15.
I remember his match with Ljubicic in the third set, tie break. Served nobly well when he really needed to. Excellent response.
I think he felt that this was the moment to strike when Federer had missed a first serve. Rushing himself a bit there. Well, I think that's a pity this for Nalbandian, because Federer had shown on the first 2 points signs of being a little bit tense, and it was Federer after the ace who has made the 2 errors. Nalbandian rather, who's made the 2 errors. Yes, rather better rally altogether. That's the one he wanted. And he had Federer at 15-30.
But it's a lot easier to play rallies of that sort when you're behind, because you've got nothing to lose. When you have an opportunity, like you did at 15-30, then that's when players get a little tight. It becomes an awful lot more difficult to impose yourself on the opposition.
Federer, as he so often does in moments of crisis, finds a way. He holds for 6-5. Well, he can be very proud of what's happened, I think, to his career, Nalbandian, who is one of 6 Argentines who have ended the year in the top 10 since the rankings began. Guillermo Vilas was the great Argentine, of course, in the mid-70s. 9 times he was a member of the top 10 at the end of the year rankings. And his great partner at the time, Jose Luis Clerc, managed it 4 times. Present crop look as if they're going to be around the top 10 for a while.
You would certainly hope that Nalbandian would be, because he's got the ability to play well on all surfaces, because he can play good all-court tennis, as he did on that last point. Nice shot selection on the smash, sensibly going back behind Federer. Little chance for the world #1 to respond.
how you get a flowering of talent among several players all at once, challenging one another. Of course, it happened in Sweden in the Borg years and post-Borg years. With Edberg and Sundström, all those other fine players from Sweden. Well, we're into a tie-break, which has been a rare thing here this week. Only the second, in fact. Federer's winning set against Ljubicic was a tie-break. He won 6 points to 4. Federer's had a good run this year with tie-breaks, winning 26, losing just 10. Whereas Nalbandian has won 13 and lost 11.
As expected, Federer having a lovely first point. Great ball tennis, choosing the right moment to move up the court and then executing the perfect drop volley.
Not before that very point had anyone, either of them, won a volleying rally. Volley winner is a long time coming when you're in the tie-break, isn't it?
Throw it down. Throw.
Really. Answers one and the next point. Can you believe it?
Well, they both have exceptional field and they're in a good position at the net. And you have to hit an aggressive approach shot. You're going to find yourself with the ability to be able to play a shot. And that was exceptional control of the racket face under enormous amount of pressure.
looked all right to me.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Certainly no overall, and I don't think there should have been. Let's have a look. Well, perhaps there should, according to TMI. I thought it looked good from where I am, but then said it before, I need some new glasses. 2-3. All it takes, just tightening up ever so slightly.
David.
It's a shame, because you simply cannot afford to give away cheap points. Vital stages in any set when you're playing against Federer, because he will pounce when given the opportunity.
Well, you remember when he had Federer 15, love 30 rather, and then 15-30 after the ace, when Federer was serving the game behind, he missed 2 for him. A little bit tight. Happened again. But that's why he's 12 in the world. Federer's won. No, he knew he'd miss-hit that when he, as soon as he played it.
4-3. Federer.
He was so deep behind his own baseline, almost impossible to pull off that shot from there.
Unless you're Gustavo Kuerten, or occasionally Richard Gasquet hits some. Do you remember that match point against Federer at Monte Carlo? From right back there, screaming winner down the line. Yes, forcing play at the right time, but playing within himself, no risk at all.
5-3. Federer. Thank you. Sit down, please.
Does find the right shots at the right time, doesn't he? That ace, just his 5th today, has produced 3 set points because he's forcing Nalbandian into error so often. 18 times now the Argentine has had to miss because of the pace or accuracy or both, and only 13 times has Federer been forced to make a mistake.
Relatively simple volley to win the point, because Federer made the crucial mistake of going cross-court off the drop volley. And if you do that and fail to hit a winning shot, then it presents your opponent with the open court to head into.
Well, that is so unlucky. There was absolutely nothing Nalbandian could do. And after 58 minutes of play, the world #1 and defending champion has taken the opening set on the tiebreak, 7 points to 4. Well, I would say a rather disappointing ending to the set for Nalbandian, who just tightened up at the wrong time. And for Federer, it was really a competent set more than anything else. It wasn't spectacular. Didn't have to be. Having gone the break down in the opening game, he broke back at once, so there was never a sort of long period when he was trying to catch up. Didn't have that pressure on him. And losing his serve after breaking for 4-2, well, it happens.
Second set, Nalbandian to serve.
allow Nalbandian any chance to hit the ball. Here's the second set.
Score 15.
No, he's just shaking his head in annoyance, Federer, because
15 all.
he thought he'd just got that right. He fell, what, foot long, something like that? It's still not quite grooved, even with the 3 round robin matches and the semi-final.
13-15.
Well, all year I think we've seen him play relatively well. Good enough to get the job done on any given day.
Yes, I think the only time he's really played well from start to finish in a match was in that Wimbledon final against Roddick. I mean, he was sensational. My lasting memory of that match was of Roddick looking at him in astonishment, thinking, how did you do that? Time and again.
Yeah, I think Federer obviously responds well to the occasion when he really wants to put himself on the line and knows that he needs to do that. That's when he plays his best tennis.
Well, that's commendable. Nalbandian doing what he had to do there, having a good convincing start to the second set.
Well, remember when these two met in the first match of the week here, Federer returned poorly. Nalbandian was able to win an awful lot of cheap points, but today it's quite a different story. In that opening set there were very few points, just 7 in total that were unreturned. And look at the accuracy of the serve to the deuce court as far as Nalbandian's concerned. Very few slice serves out wide, and that's a tactic that most players have used a lot this week. So perhaps Nalbandian needs to perhaps change his tactics from here on in.
All. 15-13.
Very good calming influence, I think, on any player. Tony Rich, not that Federer needs calming.
Sometimes he needs to kick up the backside, doesn't he?
I'll tell him you said that.
In the nicest possible sense. Lovely little shot here. Courageous, taking the ball out of the air, keeping the racket head speed to generate spin, which gives him the control.
Now, I think what Federer draws from Roach really is reassurance. Roach won't be telling him how to play the game. He wouldn't be presumptuous enough to do that because Federer hits the ball better than Roach ever did. or certainly as well on the back end. But it's the reassurance of knowing that he's been there, done that, and understands the game and all its ramifications, so knows how to prepare for events and all the things you do to get ready. Such a good construction of point, marred by that last missed volley. Doing well at the net, really, Nalbandian.
Nalbandian has the ability to use those shots up the line to great effect. It's just a case of whether he's going to make enough of them as opposed to missing them, because it's a risky strategy going over the high part of the net. Absolutely brilliant here, because Nalbandian would have been pleased with this little bunt up the line. It was within inches of the baseline, but look at the amount of racket head speed Federer was able to generate there, brushing right up the back of the ball to get the necessary spin, and that's why he was able to create such a brilliant angle. Again, that shot would have been virtually impossible with the old wooden rackets.
Unless they'd been double strung, we used to get huge topspin with those, but they were still very head heavy. Two sets of strings, one each side of the frame on the outside. Nod there. Cross again. Perhaps it was too low to go down the line, that one.
15
Lovely little slice here. You can see how low the ball bounces on this court surface, so it gives the player that's moving up the court a little time to make the distance, and Nalbandian put himself into an excellent position there, just standing mid-court in order to be able to hit the ball into the open court.
Here, without a coach as such, is Nalbandian. He's been helped by Eduardo Infantino, as well as by his brother, Javier. Although no coach with him, the fingers of physiotherapist Diego Rodriguez keep him in shape.
14.
The longer that rally went on, the longer you felt he was restraining himself from having a real go. And finally, when he tried to unleash, when he mistimed it, bad luck.
Good thinking from Nalbandian to come in behind the serve. It wasn't the biggest in the world, but it was accurate enough, and it was the surprise element, really. Federer not expecting Nalbandian to come in, so therefore just tried to block the ball back to a good length. Nalbandian has had a lot of success in the forecourt because he's come in at the appropriate moment.
Yeah, I mean, a 2/3 success rate on the volley from a baseline is not bad, is it?
Especially when you're playing the best player in the world. You've got to pick and choose your moment. Make sure the quality of the approach shot is good enough. Job done. Majority of the occasions.
Well, a big struggle again for Nalbandian, but he made it, saved the break point.
Nalbandian leads.
He's got his nose in front. It's 2-1. Blank of the nations represented in the singles and doubles, adorning the superstructure and the roof there. New balls. 1-2.
Both players are chasing down the drop shots in vain much of the time because the opponent is taking up such a sensible position at the other side of the court that they can just mop up thereafter.
Game, Federer.
Well, no trouble really holding serve that time. Quite straightforward. So 2-all. Now, will this be the moment when Federer tries to strike against the Nalbandian serve? That's the difficulty with this court. When the cross-court ball is sliced, it stays low, and to whip it up from fairly short over the high part of the nets, not that easy. It's his 10th unforced error on that wing, Federer.
vicious shot. Didn't quite have the feet in the right position there. He was on the back foot. Means controlling the ball is just that little bit tougher.
Irritated, doesn't he? Seeing those sort of shots, which in his mind I think are just routine rallying backhands, and they're just flying a bit long. But then, you know, Jason, a lot of the great players that I remember have been perfectionists. They just don't like it when they do what they think is a normal shot that would go in and goes out.
And that's what makes them so good, because they're not happy playing relatively well all the time, and they want to remain undefeated. That's what spurs Federer on. That's why he's enjoyed such an exceptional season this year. Keeps getting better and better for him.
I've told you the story about Ken Rosewall playing Alex Almeida the year Almeida won Wimbledon in his first professional outing at Wembley, the old London Indoor Professional Championships. He beat him 3-3 in love afterwards. Or rather, 6-love, 6-love, 6-3 it was. He won the first 15 games. Afterwards, I said to him, that was an amazing performance, Ken. You only made 4 unforced errors. He said 3. And he knew exactly which ones they were.
Juice.
But he was a perfectionist, all right. In Rose, there have been plenty of others.
Nalbandian.
He may be biting his fingernails, but I don't think it's because he's anxious.
It's a relatively simple shot for somebody like Nalbandian, who usually has such a reliable backhand. Very, very difficult to read because he's got 2 hands on that side, and just draw the ball across the opposition using a strong top hand, and it's very, very difficult to pick up until the ball's already in flight, and then of course, almost always it's too late to pick it up. Hasn't been a vintage performance by any stretch of the imagination so far, and he knows it.
A lot of the fans didn't realise that Nalbandian's shot down the line was out. Thought that Federer had hit a winner. Well, it was a winner, or would have been, had the ball been in, but in fact he missed Nalbandian. Back to deuce.
Advantage Federer.
Well, the pressure is mounting all the time. Seventh break point. Federer been successful twice. Now that will irritate him more than something.
Deuce. Advantage Nalbandian.
Disappointing for Nalbandian, really, because Federer's been missing those backhands from the back of the court when he hasn't been coming in. When he decides to come in, Federer decides to hit one in.
Nowhere near enough on the approach shot there. Federer had plenty of time to get set up.
Long game. 5 deuces. Another break point. This time Nalbandian obliges, muttering away to himself with annoyance.
Federer leads 3-2.
Really losing his serve, giving it to Federer, who's now 3-2. Now, it's 3-2 with a break.
Long.
Going to stretch a bit there, perhaps a couple of little steps rather than one lunge would have helped him. Miroslava knows that quite soon they'll be off on their holidays. nicely struck.
Very little chance for the player at the baseline to make the distance on this court when he plays the drop volley as successfully as Nalbandian was able to do there. Look at the side spin on that as well. The ball travelling just that little bit of extra distance away from Federer as he was attempting to get up the court in time.
Well, that is the sort of thing Nalbandian is capable of at any time. Great control. The chance to break straight back. Well read.
Well, it was the initial volley that was so good as well. He didn't have much time to react once Nalbandian's attempted pass had clipped the top of the net, and he did well to get this ball back in play there, and then crucially stood his ground and then guessed the right way. Nalbandian will be distraught having not been able to make more of that opportunity. Backhand again was of an exceptional length from Nalbandian, and he has used the drop shot to great effect at the right time. He was well inside his baseline there, so the shot was still relatively high percentage.
Advantage, Federer.
Oh, look at the muttering going on here. It's been so close.
Game. Federer.
And Federer slamming the ball into the net with relief, I think.
Federer leads 4 games to 2.
Finally consolidating after a break. He'll be glad when this season is over. I think he's had an awful lot of tennis. His mum has been around on a few of those occasions when he's been winning.
tennis all round. Federer got up to the little drop shot a little quicker than he has been able to do previously in the match, but just gave that shot a little too much air, and Nalbandian had anticipated correctly that that was the shot he was going to try and use, and he knew that Federer would try and volley into the space, so he quickly moved to his left. He was able to win the point relatively comfortably in the end because of that.
Still fighting hard. He could get back into this match if he breaks Federer serve, which he nearly did in the last service game. It was a good struggle. Federer 4-3. Yes! It's a nice climax, this. For a week where we haven't seen great tennis, really, but very good performances on individual nights.
Love 15.
Well, as I said just now, if he can just break here, this match could be very much alive. Federer is not at his best, and Nalbandian knows it, which is why he's a bit irritated that he's gone behind in this set.
15. Balls.
An overrule.
David, that was good. Yeah. Yes.
Wayne McKeown was
You can hear the difference, David, on the line.
convinced that that was a clear mistake. I wonder if TMI is convinced. Yes, it is. Well, just
Sorry?
a mistake by the linesman.
Yes.
And a good
It was
over.
the same as this one over here, right on.
It was on. So that's an ace. It's seventh. With himself there, missing that backhand. It's given his opponent 2 break points. And there it is. I had a feeling that might happen. It's not been the most convincing Federer here tonight. And it is now early night. It started this afternoon at 4 o'clock, just after. Now just after 6 local time here in Shanghai. An hour and 41 minutes have passed since the start of the match, and it's 4-all second set. match from Federer. Seems to have lost his concentration as he did for a set against Correa. And another simple error, and it's Nalbandian in the lead, 5-4. Well, Federer really in a bad patch at the moment.
Time.
He's won 24 consecutive finals, and we all know that that run's got to end somewhere, sometime. It won't go on indefinitely unless he is a unique individual, and I don't think he's any more so than the other great champions of the past has been. He'll lose somewhere, sometime, but it would be a shock if it was today, tonight. 4-5. Oh, yes.
Good quality passing shot, but perhaps Federer guilty here of coming in the middle of the court, but probably because he knows that Nalbandian has the ability to be able to get that one cross court as well, with an awful lot of topspin with just a subtle flick of the wrist.
Suddenly, Nalbandian believes. If you were here at the start of our broadcast, you heard me say that this is the 13th time the two finalists in this event already met in the round-robin stage. What I didn't say was that 7 of the previous 12 times, the man who lost the round-robin match has won the championship match.
13-15.
Perhaps I should add that Federer is not one of those 7. He's won the last 2 times, beaten Hewitt on the way last year to the final. He beat him in the final. The same with Agassi the year before. Serve points won, rather a dismal second set. What a shot that was, a volley from the baseline.
Nalbandian's been returning serve an awful lot better in this set than he did in the opening one, especially when he gets a look at Federer's second serve, and almost made Topsy pay there. Lovely shot from Federer, and Nalbandian under a lot of pressure there, because Federer was able to just hit that backhand with a little bit of topspin, and he said that this is a shot that he's been working on with Tony Roach. He's Fast gear to be able to hit that shot when under extreme pressure. That shot there will be disappointing, because we was talking about the fact that they'd worked a little bit on the backhand, a little bit on the serve. Just generally, in terms of shot selection when playing matches, the second set will be a big disappointment for both.
Well, you won't see a more brilliant rally from Federer than that.
Well, it's all about doing what you need to do in order to get the better of the opposition. And when you find yourself in a difficult position, as Federer did here, it was a lovely little pickup from Nalbandian. Instantly, he knew what the right shot was to play. And even if Nalbandian had got that ball back in play, Federer had positioned himself beautifully at the net.
Extraordinary how he has this happy facility to find the right shot at the right time. He invents shots when he needs to. In the last rally, you saw that lob volley. There was the volley from the baseline in the previous game. That last forehand winner wasn't an invention, but it was a darn good winner for 2 break points.
That's where he's usually so good, when he does pull the trigger on big points. 9 times out of 10 he makes them.
Which is, I think, why he's looking just a little bit dejected. We have 9 and 3 of 5 break point situation. Where you want to, the coach, you want to see your man absolutely pounce on the opposition when they've got that. And he's worked so hard to get the break points. 2 errors from Federer.
Nalbandian.
15-43 errors from Federer. That will irritate Tony Roach as well as Federer himself. That time, allowing Nalbandian once again to move ahead,
6 games to 5.
despite being 15-40 down. 6-5 Nalbandian. Well, now, how will he answer this challenge?
flat for serve.
You know, I think we can say, Jason, you and I have seen most of his great matches throughout the year. Certainly all the ones on the Masters Series tour. Won 4 of the tournaments. He's actually not played well in any of them except, well, in fact, in any of them. I mean, if you go back to the early part of the year, look what happened in Miami.
Yeah, he certainly has struggled, but what he's been able to do in the last 2 years is find a way to win on any given day, irrespective of how well the opponents have played. And lost 3 matches this year. That is an outstanding record. But he certainly hasn't played as well as he possibly could on more than half a dozen occasions. He's under real pressure here.
What you call a nasty moment when you've been ahead, remember. He was 4-2 in this set with the break. 30, 5-6. And I think he's having an internal battle, if I can put it that way. Struggle with himself. There we are, you see, when it really matters, he can find it.
14-13.
You'd have to say that all the great players, since the beginning of time, have had that quality. Just finding the right shot at the right time. Well, it looked very shaky, didn't it, at 15-30, and him snarling at himself.
And for once, he was able to string 2 or 3 points together, do just enough. Better than Nalbandian. And it's here where you expect Federer to be able to find a clutch, start playing a little bit better as he did in the opening set tiebreak. That would be very, very disheartening for Nalbandian, who's worked hard in this set. Everything but win it.
Very good drop shot, I'm afraid. He just won the first point with a drop shot to win his last service game.
1-0.
Tried another. Yes, I don't think he'll put that down in the great shots of my lifetime book. Combination.
Nalbandian.
has a very acute sense of tactics when hitting those little drop shots. He's hit 4 drop shot winners today. Maybe on this court at the right time, that is one of the most effective shots. It doesn't bounce very high. Just being discreet about when to do it.
Nalbandian.
After missing it, swinging through again. That was a huge error. Only one mini break, of course, 4-1. But this is the big test now.
Very cheap error. Such a good opportunity for Nalbandian there to make Federer work hard, especially considering what happened on the previous point. Really make the most of these half chances against the best player in the world.
And when they changed ends in the tie-break, the first set it was Federer leading 4-2. 2-4.
Nalbandian.
Now, here's the acid test for Nalbandian. He's in the position here to win this break if he can keep his nerve and his winners. Very sensible shot.
Volleyed well all evening.
5-3.
It's not easy. It's not a natural way for Nalbandian to play, but just added a little bit of slice to that volley and did enough. Stays nice and low on this court surface. Federer had difficulty making the distance, but certainly playing an effective shot once he got there.
Goodness, there it is. He's thrown it away, as you feared he might.
Nalbandian.
Not by much, but it doesn't take much to throw it away. Well, look at that. TMI thinks it was in. That is bad luck. Called long. Well, I don't think he knows it was in, or might have hit the line, which is fortunate. If it had been under his nose, he would have known. At least he can't worry about it. But he is ahead still, Nalbandian. It's 4-5. There was the chance, second serve.
A sensible one though from Federer, going to Nalbandian's forehand. He's missed that shot a lot this evening when he's had opportunities. Just gets a little tense.
celebration. Diego, well, they all know the poignancy of this moment. He's done it again. He's got himself out of trouble somehow, but a contribution this time from Nalbandian. Well done, says Coach Roach. And as Nalbandian serves, it's set point for Federer.
I'm not sure that was the right tactics to employ at this stage in the tiebreak from Federer, trying to draw Nalbandian up the court, because Argentina has played well in the forecourt and he certainly executed that drop shot perfectly throughout this match. Got a lovely feel on it, look at the slice that he was able to employ. That gives him the necessary elevation, and it also helps the ball to check once it hits the court surface.
Still up for grabs, this tiebreak. Doubted himself that one split second, and it was enough.
7-6. 7-6.
That's all it takes, one slip. Having said that, he was very unlucky with that deep forehand that was called long, and seems to have hit the line. But once again, it's Federer with a set point, but on his serve.
Sometimes it's not a bad tactic to go straight at the opponent's strength on big points, takes them by surprise.
Good, I think. Well, there's that moment of brilliance we asked for. This time, TMI confirming that the ball indeed clipped the line and it was called good. So now, for Nalbandian, having made his winner, he is at set point. Face says it all.
What a golden opportunity for Nalbandian. He had the shot he wanted. He'd opened up the court nicely. His backhand usually is the more reliable of the two ground strokes. It wasn't to be.
Nalbandian.
Federer just reaching a bit wide for that one. Pushes it long. So a second set point for Nalbandian. Change ends again.
Brilliant first serve. That's what set the point up so well. Nalbandian couldn't do anything really apart from get the ball back in play. Federer with some excellent footwork moved up the court. He was in a good position, had plenty of time. Saw Nalbandian move to his left and played the ball into the open court. So good response. Federer. Both have had their chances now, and there's still very little to choose between the two. Perhaps a little anxious. She knows that her boyfriend's not playing as well as he might, and this is an important moment in the match.
Federer trusting himself, unleashing that forehand that forced the error.
Federer.
And for the third time, the champion is at set point. Oh, brilliant.
I was so surprised Federer went cross-court off the drop shot. Nalbandian has a better backhand than a forehand. It allowed him to use the angles. The execution of the drop shot initially wasn't as good as Nalbandian would have wanted, but that flick was superb. Just enough topspin on the ball to get it lower than the height of the net. Then he moved up the court to take the ball out of the air. Terrific stuff.
Kennel. Body line serve, that was a smart idea.
11-10.
Don't give the champion a chance to unleash one of those big forehands or backhands. He can dig it out of his tummy. For the third time, Nalbandian at set point. Well, that says it all, doesn't it? Muttering away.
11-all.
That was definitely a half chance for Nalbandian, at least to keep the rally going. 11-all. Federer remarkably well focused in these crucial stages of the so important tiebreak. 2 sets to love lead to take all the pressure off it. A set all and things not looking too marvellous. Facing set point is fourth time. That's it.
7 games to 6.
An inspired backhand return of serve, forcing Nalbandian to rush,
Federer leads 2 sets
and
to
Tony
love.
Roach able to look at last a little relaxed. It's 2 sets to love to the champion, both tie-break sets. Worth seeing again, I think, this set point, for all its meaning to both players, the sheer delight and relief in Federer there. And for Nalbandian, as that forehand rolls quietly into the net, disgust, he throws his racket down in dismay. And he knows that he had one half chance when it was a set point to him, and he had a chance to keep the forehand rally going. He hit it long. Tony Roach knows how much that set meant to everybody, because after 2 1/4, I don't care how fit Nalbandian is, it's a hell of a long way back.
No doubt about that. The outcome of that second set was always going to prove absolutely vital to the outcome of the match, and I think now it's going to be difficult for Nalbandian this precise moment to really believe he can win this match. And if Federer now can find the clutch and start playing just that little bit better, we could be in for a very quick third set.
It's the second time it's happened to him this week. Nalbandian has had a chance in the round robin with that lead, and he had a chance in that tie-break with the set points.
Not often you see Federer embarrassed when he tries to execute any shot. He simply hasn't had the feel today. Nalbandian has made him pay by bringing him up the court time and time again.
Mindful perhaps of the fact that that ankle is just a problem in the mind of Federer. Still, physically, Federer says he's quite all right, but he wears that brace just to give himself the reassurance that nothing nasty is going to happen.
Correction, player.
Oh, that was bad luck for Nalbandian.
First
Most
serve.
beautiful shot, deep. But it was a good overall because it had curled in. And I think TMI will show us that. Look. Oh, well, I'm wrong. Well, I do need those glasses.
Everybody in this day and age is adept at playing aggressively under extreme pressure. Federer here no different, just that subtle flick of the wrist to generate the necessary topspin.
I think the best exponent of that at the moment is Nadal. A number of times this year we have seen that young Spanish marvel hit winners from impossible positions. Such a pity that Nadal was not here. Apparently he's had a stress fracture of his foot, which is not good news. And, you know, the news for him in playing Australia is not good. I'm told that they're rather worried. He's gone home to have more scans and expert advice on the top of his foot. come very often from his racket. First today. No double faults at all until, at that moment, 2 in a row to give Nalbandian a hopeful start to the third set.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just when you think that Federer surely would be confident in his own ability to be able to go on to bigger and better things now that he's built a 2-set-to-love lead. His first 2 double faults in the match, and all that does is throw Nalbandian the lifeline. And of course, it's at this stage in the match that he really needs one. He needs to see that Federer is human. He needs to see that he's not going to take advantage of the situation here. And that's certainly gone a long way to doing that.
I think he's got to remember what happened when Federer played Coria. It was an unbelievable set he played. Love 5 he was in the second. So my theory on that, you know, I think he did that deliberately. Keep Coria on the court. New balls, 1-off. Seemed that at the crucial moment, Nalbandian just didn't quite believe enough in himself. He made those errors that allowed Federer to escape. Well, how that backhand has improved over the last 2 or 3 years. It was a slightly risky shot and would make as many errors as winners some 3 years ago, not now. Federer thought he was going to play a drop shot earlier in the piece there, but instead he played it deep, so Federer had to half volley it and was now hitting it back too high. Making good use of the high ball.
Better.
Marvellous for Nalbandian, really. He deserves a bit of success. Played a fine match, but just when the moments have appeared when he might embarrass the champion, he's just not believed enough.
Hang on, Roger. Someone's just collapsed. They're just taking her out.
Well, we've just
Someone's
had
collapsed up the
news
back.
that someone in
They're
the
just taking her out.
stands has just collapsed. And they're going to help the individual out quietly. Well, they don't know, the crowd, of course, that the individual was not well. They think they're just wasting time. Well, it's happened so often in his career, we are no longer surprised when, having lost his own serve and gone down a break, he breaks straight back. There he is. Nalbandian is just now ahead by the odd game, but not by a break, too. Well, you're looking at the world #1, the reigning champion here, the man who's won this title for the last 2 years, going for a third, like Lendl, who won 3 in 1985, 6 and 7. He's got a lot of fans here, partly because he came here to open this lovely new stadium, the Qizhong Stadium, which will be host to the Masters for the next 2 years after this. And this centre will become a hive of tennis activity for China. He's a great scrapper, this fellow, he is. Known for that. Tries so hard, but may just be outplayed today.
That's the perfect point around these courts. Find a way into the net behind a half-decent approach shot, and then you've got your opponent deep behind their own baseline, throw in the short angle volley. There's absolutely no chance, really, for the opposition to make the distance.
Another one. Just a pity for Nalbandian that he couldn't quite believe enough when the half chances came in that tiebreak.
Flex. Ooh. 15, 14.
Well, there was a surprise. Fault
Yeah.
called.
Sorry? Yeah.
Well, he can't believe that. It was a ball that hit the top of the net.
Because of the machine
Everyone,
beat, that's right.
you heard the bleep. It was called a let, all right, but it was called out. Now let's see where it bounced. Yeah, that's what I thought. Really?
It wasn't even close. I don't know what was going on there. Strange decision by the umpire.
No
Nalbandian's
wonder.
had a few back calls in this match.
I'm going to say, no wonder Nalbandian is astonished. We all are. A double fault makes it 2 break points here. Matter of fact, I'm a little surprised that Federer didn't indicate that it was in and that he was surprised. Puts back his head in frustration there. Well, he's done quite well at the net.
Advantage, Nalbandian.
18 of 30 for a baseliner, not bad.
Game. Nalbandian.
Well, he's escaped, and I'm rather happy for him that he did escape, because that double fault was the most curious point I've seen this week.
Generally, the level of line calling's been good. Very strange for that to happen, and very little argument really from Nalbandian. A little chat with the umpire, but it was very strange.
But he is in the lead, is Nalbandian. It's 1-3. Sure what he was trying to do there.
40 love.
Taken by surprise, certainly. Oh, a love service game, which is a bit more refreshing for Federer fans. But it's Nalbandian with the break. 3-2. Aerial view of this Dijon Stadium with its opening roof. It's been closed, of course, for us during play all the week, but each evening they open it, whether to keep the mechanism oiled, I don't know, but it's quite a wonderful sight. 8 petals reveal the sky. Slide out. Treat it.
Lovely thing.
Mistake of expecting that to be long. It wasn't. No play he had on it at all then. He hadn't moved his feet. Well, I hope for his sake, really, that Nalbandian wins this set. I mean, he's deserved better fate than losing in straight sets today. And who knows if he can convert 4-2 into 6-3 or something like that, or 6-4, then who knows, he might pinch another set, might even win the match.
Well, you're always in with a chance. Been some strange matches here this week. Federer's not fully fit. He hasn't been tested above and beyond a 3-set encounter since coming back from the twisted ankle, so he'll be on uncharted territory.
15 on.
This looks a bit resigned to losing this set, Federer. The body language isn't quite positive enough. Nalbandian's tidied up his game nicely in this 3rd set, whilst Federer's continued to make the unforced error, so it bode well for him.
Correction, ball is taken.
Quick overrule. Whether that was a sensible overrule, yes. It was wide.
So it was a...
But called out an overrule?
Sorry?
That's strange.
I tried pad on, half off.
thought it was half on, half off. All I can say is TMI didn't. Federer didn't.
I think all concerned are just losing their concentration a little bit here. Been on court for 2 3/4 hours, so perhaps it's understandable.
So 30-40. Well, there is a real boost for Nalbandian. The brave serve here has put him ahead now. 5-2. Third set. Well, I'm just thinking, Jason, that the last time that Roger Federer played a 5-set match was that Miami final against, I mean, it went to 5 sets, is what I meant to say, not a 5-set match because he's played the Grand Slams, but have gone to 5 sets, and he won the first 2 sets there. No, lost the first 2 sets there, and won the last 3. Now, it would be ironic if winning the first 2 sets here, he were to lose the last 3.
I still think that that's a bit of a long shot. You certainly have to bet with Federer when he has a 2-set-to-love lead, but I think a lot depends on how both competitors start the 4th, if we get that far.
I think we're likely to get that far now. 5-2, 15-love. Every now and again, the great man produces a moment of genius.
A little easier when you find yourself a double breakdown. You've really got absolutely nothing to lose. It was a lot more difficult for Federer to execute those finesse shots earlier in the set. He needed them most.
15-30 then.
Backhand volley was a good one, but it was the little bunt up the line that was absolutely perfect from Nalbandian there. He didn't hit it too deep so that Federer was able to play a volley. He didn't drop it too short so that Federer was able to play a ground stroke. He forced the world #1 to play a half volley. And of course, it's a lot more difficult to control those, so the lob wasn't quite as good as he would have wanted.
2 points away from this set now. Oh yes, on the line twice. Nalbandian staring hard at the point on the far baseline where he thought the ball was out, and he's just asking his corner, I think, whether it was in or not. not called. Here it is. No.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just in. Still, Federer unable to take advantage of these little moments when that last call on the last shot of the rally was shown to be good. Don't think quite believing enough in those key moments of the match.
That would do his confidence the power of good if he was able to successfully serve out the set here, win it comprehensively, start strongly in the fourth, but rather stumbling over the finishing line here. Good quality approach shot, forcing Federer to play defensively, and on this court it is difficult to bounce the ball over your opponent's head on the smash. Many have tried and many have failed, but doing just enough there, Nalbandian, still to win the point.
Well, most unexpected from there, standing behind the baseline. That's why it was caught Nalbandian by surprise. You wouldn't normally see anybody dare risk it. Happened to be a very good one. Again, Federer with his chance to break back. Still be a breakdown. Says Federer, acknowledging that cross-court winner.
Nalbandian.
Just took all the pace off that shot, only 89 kilometers an hour, because of course it wasn't about generating speed, it was about control and adding spin to create the angle.
Now believe it's set point. worry about somebody who tries a drop shot at an important moment in the match, whether it's set point down or set point for you. I know he's been successful with the drops, like 5 or 6 clean winners in that department, but Federer was ready. Now, what about a good first serve at this second time of asking? Yet again, Federer producing an immaculate point at the crucial moment.
Just hasn't been able to string as many of those together as he would have wanted in this set. He is making Nalbandian work very hard for it, but you still feel 2 breaks of serve. I think the difference between the two, that it's going to be hard for even the world #1 to win this match in straight sets. Won't stop him trying, though.
Forced the error. He was shaking his head, unhappy with the foothold and the tackiness of this court. He spoke about that when we talked to him on Saturday before this event had begun. They were all talking about it. But again, for Nalbandian, it's set point. Belief died once more. 3 times now he's had the chance. Pity after such a wonderful backhand smash.
Yeah, there was terrific tennis from both. Federer had done well to fashion an opportunity to get into the net, but what a lovely lob that was by Nalbandian, and then sensibly putting the ball short with a lot of slice, so it stayed low, and Federer just doing a little too much with that inside-out form.
How hard he's tried. And how hard Federer has played to deny him. Here is the 4th chance. And this time the return is long. Nalbandian at last has earned the set. They've been playing for exactly 3 hours. And the score now with that 6-2 set to Nalbandian. Federer leading 2-1.
Nalbandian was a skilled counterpuncher, graced with penetrating ground strokes on both sides. And most of all, he simply wasn't intimidated by Federer. And Federer knew this. He had faced the pain of Nalbandian's body blows many times, most notably in the 4th round of the 2003 U.S. Open. Federer that year had already won Wimbledon and appeared on his way to reaching the top. But that day, Nalbandian had once again proved the better player, breaking Federer's serve 6 times to earn another win over the Swiss. Now we return to the 2005 Tennis Masters Cup final between Roger Federer and David Nalbandian.
Federer's not playing well. He hasn't played a 5-set match since, but he hasn't been taken to 5 sets, the full 5 sets, since that match against Nadal, when he lost the first 2 in Miami. 2-6, 6-7, and then 1-7, 6-6, 3-6, 1. 2 points from defeat he was in the 3rd set tiebreak. And Nalbandian strive mightily to take it to the 5th. Here's the 4th. Dipped onto the line with topspin. How often do we say that with today's records? Topspin has totally changed the nature of tennis. Third double fault.
Just a little short on the return. Federer had plenty of time to choose the right shot, or to win the point easily as he possibly could.
Please. Not for the players. Thank you.
The early games of this 4th set could well be crucial. It's so often the way that the person who just won a set relaxes slightly. It could be the moment when Federer could take a jump on Nalbandian.
Federer can hold his first couple of service games. He certainly has the opportunity to put Nalbandian under pressure. You would expect him to do, given his record this year.
Jamie. Federer.
Not much, but long enough. Federer holding to 30. And I think that both men will be mighty glad when this week is over. They can think in terms of a rest and holiday.
Absolutely, but I think Federer will very much want to go into the off-season in a positive frame of mind. He's achieved a lot this week. You've got to understand his mindset coming into the tournament was, I'm not sure whether I'm even going to be able to complete a match, given that he was on crutches a few weeks before. So already, he said, even if he loses today, he'll see it as a very positive achievement. But He has very high standards. He will certainly, now he's built a two-set lead, want to finish the year on a high. This is the difficulty for Nalbandian now. He worked so hard in those first two sets, especially the second, and in winning the third, that there's bound to be a little bit of a letdown. And if he has a poor service game, Federer takes advantage of that, then it's going to be very, very difficult for him to remain in the match.
Is this the beginning of a letdown? It begins to look a bit naked. Wiping his brow.
That's more like it. Penetrating ground strokes. Good footwork. It's so important in this court to take advantage of anything short, not let the ball come to you, because of course it bounces very low and it's difficult to play aggressive ground strokes from that position. So it's so important to recognize the ball's going to drop short and move up the court. Take the ball on the rise if you can. Give the opposition less time to recover between shots. Lovely combination. Again, the footwork was terrific. Anticipation superb. Read the right moment to get into the net, and a lovely backhand volley there. Federer did well to force Nalbandian to play the one extra shot, but I missed that one. His firm wrist. Initial hold.
Doing an awful lot of running in that rally. At least we know the angle's all right.
Sensible tactics from Nalbandian. He is forcing Federer to do an awful lot of running. You've got to remember, these guys have been on court now for 3 hours and 10 minutes. Federer was doing about 30 to 40 minutes practice prior to this tournament, sometimes playing for an hour. Wasn't really sure how he was going to feel physically until he started playing matches this week. And even though he hasn't played a lot of tennis, given the fact that they've had rest days in between the round-robin matches, it will start to get a little uncomfortable for him.
Say, in all the circumstances of the build-up and so on, Federer would probably be a favourite to win in 4, perhaps Nalbandian in 5. This may just prove to be one match too far. away.
Interesting body language from the world number one. Lovely little backhand from Nalbandian. Just put enough spin on the ball in order to make life very, very difficult for Federer. Absolutely no chance really to cover that shot.
I think if Nalbandian could get a break here and snatch this set, he would stand a very good chance of winning. And he has got the break. It's Nalbandian. 2-1. Fourth set.
2 games to 1.
Lost a match when he's been 2 sets up fairly recently. 2003 Davis Cup World Group semi-final. But the injury timeout is over. From the nature of that treatment, Jason, I don't think there's an injury here. I think it is simply tiredness of the legs. Needed a bit of massage just to relax the muscles.
Didn't move that well when he was forced to go back to his backhand side there, and that shot selection just a little panicky, really.
Shots that are doing the damage.
And Federer not even bothering to try and chase that one down. He realised that Nalbandian executed the shot perfectly, and there was absolutely no chance. Had it been match point, he might have tried to chase it down, but he's certainly not going to expend any further energy on causes which he feels are lost.
Well, the thing here is that pride of performance will certainly be a factor with this man. He is very conscious of his status as the world number one and doesn't like to lose. Doesn't like to lose any matches, but particularly a final, and particularly a final as important as this one, and particularly a final in which he led 2 sets to none. Consolidation there by Nalbandian, And in all the circumstances, coming into this match short of match play, coming into this week rather, short of match play. Back to the ankle. Preventing him from getting any meaningful training or activity. You just, if there's something wrong with part of one leg, then of course you can't run anywhere to train the upper body.
Eventually winning a point when he's drawn up the court. Just gave that one a little too much air. Federer already moving up the court because he knew probably what Nalbandian was going to try and do.
Rushing him too
14-13.
Too often for comfort there. And he's hit that out. Trusting himself, went for the shot as he normally would, but it's one of those days when too many of those shots are missing.
Correction balls.
Overruled by the umpire to David Nalbandian's
Half on.
half on, he said. Well, not quite half on, just touching perhaps, according to TMI. Just touching. Which all it has to do, of course. Surprised to see that overrule, which was a clear error.
Nalbandian's best return. He takes it early, hits the ball out in front, so he's able to create the angle. And using a very strong top hand, draw the ball across the opposition. And of course, Federer has to move slightly to his right in case Nalbandian goes down the line. That's why it's so effective.
It's all about pride of performance now. That's all he's got left to call on, I think, here. played most of the time now, but just clinging on,
Nalbandian.
hoping to find the inspiration. Swung too soon, too eager to get the job done.
He knows that that was a golden opportunity, but just got a little tight on it, wanted the point too much.
Advantage. Nalbandian.
That is an indication, I think, of the sort of state he's in. 4 double faults. This one give Nalbandian a chance for a double break. And there is the double break.
Nalbandian.
Heading inexorably, one feels now, towards a 5th set.
Nalbandian leads 4 games to 1.
And the stronger physically, Nalbandian ahead. 4-1. Well, he's got this set more or less tied up here with 2 breaks. If he just keeps on believing and serving as well as he has been, he's getting a lot of first balls in now.
Federer now hobbling around the court, wanting obviously to end the point quickly, rushing into the net, but not the right time to do so. Nalbandian has a lovely backhand and sensibly just putting Federer under enough pressure to draw the error.
First love.
I don't think Tony Roach can be feeling very relaxed at the moment. Well, it's going to be very interesting, this, because almost certainly now this is going to be a 5th set coming up, because 4-1-40 love, and Federer missing most of the shots he's hitting now. And no resistance at all anymore. Federer allowing Nalbandian an easy hold.
Nalbandian leads 5 games to 1.
And one imagines that the champion is going to harbour his resources for a 5th set, which now seems inevitable.
That would be his only chance. It just depends how much he's got left in the tank.
Love 15.
A modest 165k, that serve. Well, there's no resistance at all at the moment from Federer, who must think that this set has gone and is prepared to acknowledge the fact. Three set points for Nalbandian. 3 hours and 33 minutes they've been playing. There it is. 2 sets apiece. Nalbandian taking the 4th set, 6-1. But now we're going to see what this great champion is made of.
Final set.
It's Nalbandian to open the final set. Killer.
It's the combination of the two. It's the cross-court backhand to take Federer out of court. And when Federer applies cross-court, which is the percentage play, Nalbandian's able to take one hand off the racket and execute that drop shot quite superbly.
Well, I'm afraid this could have a sorry ending for Federer. He was heard to say to the trainer that he had nothing left in his legs at that last change of ends. And it looks like he's not enjoying this one little bit. That's quite remarkable.
It really was. Terrific get. I think Nalbandian thought the ball was going wide. He would have had a play on it, but he chose to leave it. Again, it's the cross-court backhand that sets him up so well. It's such a devastating shot because it forces Federer to move so quickly to his left and spend more energy.
Black vessels.
Well, I don't expect to see him quit. He's not a quitter in any sense of the word. But I do expect to see him struggle mightily now because he's exhausted. The legs have nothing left. And We did say halfway through the third set it would be Federer in 4 or Nalbandian in 5, and I'm not changing that view.
Well, it's going to be very, very difficult. This is such a huge game for Federer now. He has to get back on level terms here. Got to try and shorten the points. It's no good trying to live with Nalbandian from the back of the court.
There's another unforced error, and they've been flowing from his racket with rather depressing frequency. 61. If he'd had 62 winners, you could perhaps excuse it. There have only been 49 of those. Well, we're watching the end of a sort of boxing match situation here. There's a man on his feet but punch drunk. Love 30. You remember that fact about the number of times that players have played one another both in the round robin and in the final. And there is a sorry sight. Well, 2-love and a very easy break just there.
14 of 17 games have been won by Nalbandian. And Federer now in dire straits.
Of the last 21 points Nalbandian has won. This could be a very quick set.
At this stage, you just hope that Nalbandian will stay focused on the job in hand and believe that the match is his. I'm sure he will, given what he can see down the other end of the court.
Well, the resistance really has ended. Got to go for those quick winners now. You can't afford long rallies, and I'm afraid on this surface it's going to be all difficult to hit winners.
That, or he's got to come into the net, but Nalbandian loves a target. So the options not that great as far as Federer is concerned at the moment.
Nalbandian merely has to go through the motions now to complete his win. There is no resistance left in Federer. It's very sad to see. 3-love, Nalbandian, 5th set. It is only one break, that is true, but it's just been the nature of his resistance. Love 3.
Not going to get it.
Hit the line. Getting better and better.
He was in total control of the situation. He's returning serve well. Federer is struggling to win points on his own delivery. Only won so far in this deciding set, so Nalbandian utterly dominant in all areas of the game at the moment.
Not even an attempt to chase that one. The match is as good as over. 30-40. Or 4-love. Fifth double fault, I think, just underlining the fact that there is nothing left physically in Roger Federer's body. There's nothing wrong with his outlook and his intent and his will, but the body has let him down.
I think we can trace the start of his fall to the 2 double faults, remember, that he served in the opening game of that 3rd set. Fatigue starting then to take its toll.
It was just too much to ask. 4-love. It's cruel to see a man trying to try whose body just won't perform for him. And Mirka there, very sad, I'm sure, at this sight. So often her man has risen to the occasion quite magnificently, in fact.
First love. 30-15.
Well, Only 6 points as he won in this set, that last winner, or forcing the error from Nalbandian. It's a meagre tally. Unexpectedly deep, that reply from Federer. Careless, Nalbandian. And the man who will probably be most pleased is Diego, because he's got this fella fit enough to play 5 sets. There he is, Diego Rodriguez. A brief reminder of what might have been.
Just not enough on the approach shot, walked a little short. Federer therefore had just a little bit of extra time, whereas normally, because he's so tired and he's not moving as well, he's rushed into error.
Just a little mistake there, giving Federer a glimmer of hope. A break back, but still a break behind. Nalbandian fallen. Yes! Well, I think the fans sitting behind that Swiss flag will be very sad, because Roger Federer is, in every sense, a great champion. And it's awful to see the suffering in somebody for no fault of his own. He had his twisted ankle while preparing in Basel at home. And Roger, 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 they cry. Is there anything left? 1-4. Such a sad sight, such a great champion, and much too proud to say, I can't go on.
It's difficult to serve when you've got no energy in your legs, or you've got an injury to one of your legs. You can't really push off, you can't generate the same amount of pace and spin as you normally do. Even though that was an ace, just 184 kilometers an hour, but he needs those 3 points desperately.
And a direct hit on Nalbandian with a little smile on Federer's face there.
Perhaps that's his best chance of winning the match. Should have hit it a little harder.
Yes, a knockout might just about do it.
And that's the point of continuing to try when you are feeling terrible. Anything can happen out there whilst the match is live.
He's trying to finish it all too quickly again. He was guilty of that a little earlier, but unable to get the feet to move properly there, had to just stretch for it.
A shame. Would have made it interesting if he could have held serve comfortably here. Still could do, of course.
Well, not comfortably.
No.
He still could hold, but that seventh double fault, I think, indicating clearly the distress he feels, but doesn't show. Too proud to show. And this huge crowd, most of them Federer fans, apart from the small band of Argentine supporters with their flags, willing Federer on.
The idea was a good one. Try and get the point over with as quickly as possible, but the serve failed him. Just 166 kilometers an hour, dropped way too short. Nalbandian was ready for it.
Better serve at last. Nearly 200k that serve. He summoned his last reserves of energy to hold there. So 4 games in a row to Nalbandian, and now 2 in a row to Federer. Well, this is where the final effort must be made. And listen to that applause. And we've been playing for exactly 4 hours.
I think you can tell, given the quality of that last shot. But the idea was right. Got to try and take the initiative in the rally.
Well, the last time he was 2 sets to love down, playing a full 5-set match, he won it. Andy Murray at Wimbledon this year had him 2 sets to love, remember? And he came back strongly, 6-love, 6-4, 6-1. But, well, now, was that in or was it out? It's been called in. Nalbandian was hoping to hear a call of out.
It was a great point. Federer had just enough time to run around and use the forehand once Nalbandian shot had clipped the top of the net, and that was a little close for comfort.
But on the line, I think. One break point gone. Surely this is the last chance.
Well, a brilliant shot from Nalbandian. A wry smile on the face of Tony Roach because he knows that was a golden opportunity. Federer just couldn't get down quickly enough. It was a lovely little forehand, awful lot of spin put on that shot, forcing Federer to try something delicate in order to win the points. And at this stage in the match, he was simply unable to do that.
And she can hardly believe it. Nalbandian, with his man groggy at the back of the court, makes an unforced error to give him fresh hope. A third break point. And the only person who can win this match now for Federer is Nalbandian. Federer remarkably has broken back twice. All right, Nalbandian is still ahead, 4-3. But the pressure now is back on Nalbandian.
Yes.
If Nalbandian believes, he will win. If he doesn't, Federer might. 3-4. He's playing from memory.
Sensibly shortening the points whenever he gets the opportunity.
The legs still a bit wobbly as he goes to serve there. An eighth double fault giving fresh hope to Nalbandian. Surviving on willpower and reputation here. And for once, Nalbandian keeping the rally going without making an error. I'm afraid since 4-love, he has made too many. Oh, well played. It was a chance worth taking.
Well, Federer simply has to get the first serve in play. He's won 10 of 12 points in this set when he has. He's lost 13 of 14 when he's missed the first serve. And that's why the first serve is so important. He's able to implement his game plan. He's trying to keep the rally short. He can get into the net. And he misses that first serve. He's stuck at the baseline, and Nalbandian can dictate play and force him to move.
Miraculously, and to the surprise of all, including Tony Roach, Federer is level at 4 games apiece. This, the longest final of this event since Pete Sampras beat Boris Becker in 5 long sets in Hanover in 1996. Errors again.
I think Nalbandian now starting to buckle under the weight of expectation, the fall of lead, and everybody believed that the match was his.
Well, I certainly did. I didn't give Federer a hope. That is the problem. He's got to go for quick wins. He doesn't want rallies. It's a question really of whether he can make telling shots or not, and whether Nalbandian starts to believe again.
Better as far as Nalbandian's concerned. He's a very talented individual. There must be a reason why he's only won 3 ATP titles in his career. Perhaps not quite believing in himself at the vital moment.
Oh, made hard work of it, but in the end, good enough. And this extraordinary final with another twist to it, having lost 4 games in a row, to before all, he holds for 5-4. Yes! Well, he's exhausted, the legs won't work properly, and yet the will drives him on. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on, and there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. The words of Kipling's, if. And there are other words in that famous poem, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those 2 impostors just the same. Federer, it would be something of a disaster to lose after holding a 2-6-to-love lead. He's decided he's got to take it. Federer's not going to give it to him. He's got to take it himself. so close. His heart must have stopped when he saw that arm shoot out. But it was out, no question, 15-all. And he's missed again.
It's usually his favourite shot. A great little pick-up from Federer. He made Nalbandian go ever closer to the line by taking up an excellent position at the net.
Well, playing from memory, Federer's forehand is still good enough. A little flick there, and he's back level again at 5-all. Love 4 down at one stage, out on his feet, punch drunk like a boxer. I had given him no hope at all. I was absolutely convinced he was going to lose easily. I'm delighted to be wrong. But this is a great champion. It would be so sad now if the great man, having come back from the dead, as it were, were to fold. This story needs a happy ending for Federer. Well, the Swiss fans now believe that their man is going to pull through here, and he might.
Well, the tactics here were superb. Taking up an excellent position after drawing Nalbandian into the net and able to win the point relatively comfortably thereafter.
Black for serve.
Well, he was going to run around and cloud a forehand on the return of serve, but the serve was good enough to catch him, so he had to improvise. Such an important point, this next one. 5-all, 30-all, fifth set, 4 hours, 20 minutes. just pulled it too wide. You can't believe that, Nalbandian. Break point. It's missed again by 2 small margins, one a backhand, one a forehand. Nalbandian's mistakes have given Federer a lifeline. He will be serving for the title. Yes. Well, the excitement here is quite outstanding. The noise overwhelming, and one has to feel a little bit of sympathy for Nalbandian because most of the applause is for Federer. Federer, who was hopelessly out of it at love 4 down in the 5th set, is now serving to retain the title he's held for 2 years now, going for a 3rd. Three to go.
15 long. Correction ball is good, 30 long.
Oh, there's an overrule. Can you believe that? David Nalbandian.
That was right on.
Is astonished. But again, Wayne McEwen was right according to TMI there, clipping the line. An ace and 30 love. Just adjusting the strapping on that brace that has come loose. What a time for that to happen. Looking to trip over his laces now. Just tucking them in there. Look. 30-50. Desperate to have an early end to the point. He tried another of those drop shots, which he served him well in catching up from love 4. But what a miss. Fresh hope for Nalbandian. Nalbandian believed again at last.
Well, Federer couldn't find the first serves. He's only won 2 of 19 points in this deciding set when he's missed his first serve.
And he's going to change his record, I
6
think.
games all. Final set, tie-break.
The tie-break will decide this battle, this titanic struggle, the like of which I haven't seen since Rome this year. A 5-hour battle there between Nadal and Correa, the two clay court experts.
Thank you. Nalbandian.
Well, both now calling on all reserves left at their disposal, and there are a precious few. First serves will be at a premium now. One tiny step closer, the mini break to Nalbandian. Half smile on the face of Nalbandian. The first Argentine remembered to be in these finals since the great Guillermo Vilas, and wouldn't it be wonderful if he could win this? Vilas, the only Argentine ever to have won the Masters back in Melbourne in 1974. Well, luck may well play a part in deciding the issue here. That was a lucky net cord for Federer. The ball sitting up for him.
Hasn't used that slice so much throughout this encounter. Did so very intelligently there in order to take Federer out of court and open up the court for the first ground stroke of the rally.
Couldn't bend his knee to get down low to it. Not enough strength left in those legs.
Perhaps a mistake to approach cross-court, the Nalbandian backhand. Favourite ground stroke of the Argentine under pressure. You always like to execute your favourite shots as opposed to the ones that might sometimes let you down.
So once again, it's Nalbandian with the mini break.
Thank you.
Oh, he's missed. Absolutely amazing. A ball that surely, had it gone in, would have almost sealed the match. all three.
Sensible serve there, took a lot of pace off it, 165 kilometers an hour, but moved Federer out of his comfort zone, and it was enough to draw the error.
The two-time champion, 2 points from defeat. Well, a rather sad backhand there, halfway up the net, that finished. Diego Rodriguez cannot watch as David Nalbandian stands with 3 championship points.
Thank you.
It's all over.
Set match. Nalbandian. 3-6-4. 6-7.
Emotion of the moment overcoming Nalbandian,
7-6.
who becomes the first Argentine to win this title since 1974. The great Guillermo Vilas will be the first, I'm sure, to congratulate him on what was a truly remarkable victory from 2 sets to love down. A thing he's specialised in this year. He did the same to Andy Murray at Wimbledon, but a slightly different customer this time, the world #1. So an era has ended. Roger Federer's 24 winning finals come to an end in his 25th.
With so many ups and downs, this was one of the more bizarre matches in the history of the Tennis Masters Cup. The outcome, of course, was particularly sweet for Nalbandian, a sign that he continued to deserve a place among the game's very best. But the aftermath would take each player in opposite directions. Though Nalbandian came back to the Tennis Masters Cup a year later, he has never again reached a Grand Slam singles final. And Federer, we all know, all he's done is set the record for Grand Slam singles titles, and he has won 6 of 8 matches against Nalbandian following this championship. We hope you've enjoyed another Tennis Channel Classic. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ted Robinson.